the microphone is finally on. Welcome everyone, and glad to have you all on board. Of course, you're watching a VolcanoX live stream, and I'm your host, DrFox2000. Welcome on board. And it's been a hassle trying to get here. Traffic and all kinds of things. I had to work a little bit late to get things ironed out, and we'll go from there. So anyway, welcome. I'm glad to have you all here. We'll start out by saying hello to our moderators, Arizona Snowman and Piggy and CND Boy and Gary 24/7 Live, he said Skies, as well as possibly having Lucas Snow and Joseph Fields, Texas, and Mona Lisa Smiles sneaking around in the back somewhere. So welcome, moderators. Appreciate you guys. I'm glad that you're here. And let's see, who's first person in? We had the Wonky Donkey. I don't know if I should give him cookies or carrots, but he's got that. And thank you everyone for the welcomes. I do appreciate that. There, Sasha and whoever else said hello. Janice is here. Thanks. And I think a bunch of others may have said welcome. And Hermione says, I know that volcano. You mean it's going to be that easy, Hermione? Oh, and hi to Sue there as well. I hear you. Awesome. And yeah, actually, so far so good. I didn't have to use my voice too much today, so hopefully everything will be good and we can go right through till the top of the hour. Anyway, glad to have you all on board. We'll start out by saying hello to everyone, and I guess there's only 15 of you, so this should be fairly quick. And welcome to a Wonky Donkey who got the cookies, and Sue Hayes, of course. Hermione and Fluffy are here. Henry Nelson is on board. Sasha made it in. Janice also here. Welcome. Kevin Williams, Grandma B, and let's see, going up. Dan is in the house. Welcome, all of you. And going up here looking for other names. Hank, welcome back, Hank. And okay, we got Dan, we got Grandma B. All right, moving up, looking for the ones that I might have missed. And who did I miss? Brian Perfectibility 999. That's who I missed. And I think that's the only other one that I missed. So we got everyone else. And yeah, Janice we got, Sue we got. All right, let's carry on. The numbers just jumped to 19 people, so obviously there's a few hiding in the background that we haven't seen yet. And if I did not say hi to you, you can pop in there and have a look and say hello if you like, and we can go from there. Anyway, I am running a little bit late or behind a schedule, so I'm not going to hold things up too much. We'll get at stuff fairly quickly, and we'll pop around, take a look at what we've got, and we'll start by stopping the wonderful lava flow, and we'll get rid of it for right now, and that wonderful banner. And I have a quick look at Helemauma'o crater in Hawaii, and this of course is a Kilauea, and a little less smoke today. We are still seeing some other smokers here, and a little more smoke coming out of that region, so I'm not sure what to think. And of course over here we are still seeing some lighter areas here as well, with that smoke emanating out of there. Anyway, won't hang on to that one. We'll go to this shot. This is, of course, the camera from the south side of the crater. And as you may see down on the bottom here, there's some of those hot spots. And, of course, if I go switch back, that is this area over here. That camera's up here somewhere looking down this way. So I'm not exactly sure where it's mounted, but it's looking in that general vicinity and outward. So if we go there and you see those hot spots, that is that area that's just below the camera view. Alba Girl is here, welcome. And Kevin, yeah, we got Kevin Williams, welcome. Henry, and we got, okay, I'm just looking to see if anybody else has snuck in here while I'm chatting. Anyway, we're going to refresh this one, and we'll look at it. There you can see where the smoke is emanating from on the bottom, and that is a pretty good indicator that that's where the business is happening, if you want to call it that. Everything else looks pretty much the same, so I'm not going to dwell on that. Let's go over to the B1 camera. Of course, that is from way late or way early, so I refreshed it. This is the current photo, and as we can see, everything looks pretty normal as well. A little bit clearer in the background here, so nice to see that, but still not clear enough in this corner to be able to see if there was anything new happening there. And of course the suspect area is over here that we see kind of smoking a little bit on the heavier side. And let's go over to our thermal shot. This of course was from 1:30 this morning Hawaii time, or about 10:30 last night my time, as I got it downloaded and just before I fell asleep again. Anyway, that is the redone thermal, and you can see that is a current shot. Still only seeing the one light spot down here. Everything else looks pretty calm and sedate, so I'm not going to worry too much about what's going on there right now. Of course, we're going to keep an eye on it because we like to do that. Shucks, in quick before I go to sleep. Oh, snuck in quick. I get it. No worries there, Alba Girl. And if you do, go get yourself some sleep. Enjoy it. And have lovely dreams. All right, let's leave there. And we're going to go back here, make that one smaller, and go to our next place of fun and joy, and that of course is Iceland. And hang on, I didn't click that button yet. There we go. Why are all my screens not right? Things that make you go did YouTube change things again? I don't know. It looks like all of a sudden things are missized or misgrabbed here for some reason. Let me see if I can fix that just a little bit. Oh, hang on, before I do that, let's not do that, and turn that silly thing off. And that one there. Okay, I fixed it. That was easy. I know what I did. That was because of the other screen. Anyway, there's Reykjavik, the capital city of Iceland, and we see they still have cloudy weather and stuff. Let's pop back about 10 hours ago, take a quick look, and there it is. It doesn't look much different, really. Of course, the shot is coming to you from the Perlin Center there in Reykjavik, and that is a pretty nice city, but nothing new there. Let's put that back on live. So really not that much difference, and you got to remember this is 11:30 at night time. It's still pretty darn light out for 11:30. Let's make that one smaller. Go to the next one. We'll make that bigger, and we can see this is also from the Perlin Center. That side is getting a little bit of rain on it, unfortunately. Let's back up about, I don't know, 10 hours roughly, and just have a peek. And there you can see they were getting rain back then too. So that is kind of what we've got going on. There's your municipal airport, and of course this shot that kind of cuts off where the other one finishes over on the right hand side there, on its left hand side. So there we go. Yeah, pretty normal. Rain, fog, and nothing new for Iceland. let's leave that guy there. I'm going to put it back on live, go to the next shot, and of course that will be down on the Reykjanes Peninsula, right beside the a lighthouse is where this camera is located. And again, I have to emphasize, it is 11:32 p.m. there, or 23:32 if you want to call it that. Anyway, you do see the steam geyser still putting out quite a bit of steam. And there's your local power plant. They do have one of the vents open, trying to dissipate some extra steam. That means they've got a little bit more underneath than they will need. So, and that is telling me something is heated up a little bit, which is kind of a cool thing. If we go back about that 10-hour mark or so as well, there we see that. And at that point in time, of course, we see the primary, the standard venting there, or a geyser doing its thing. But they do have 3 of the vents open for letting off some of that extra steam. So I think they may have had some extra lava or magma underneath there heating things up. Just saying. Don't know for sure, but that's what it seems like. Anyway, over there, very hard to see, but Grindavik, the town, is right over there along with the radio towers. Unfortunately, we're not able to see that. And then, of course, the other power plant is laying out there somewhere. And because it's not clear, I'm not even going to worry about taking a look for our wonderful Ragnar, which is visible when it's clear. Anyway, that's what's going on there on the peninsula. Let's put that back to live. That is the current shot at 11:34 in the evening, and we'll get to the next one. And of course, that is kind of a nice sunset. That is happening out at Katla. And you can actually see the top of Katla because the clouds are lower. Yay! And that is not bad. So Katla not doing a heck of a lot right there. Beautiful golden sky for a sunset. And if we go back just a little bit, we can kind of see what it was doing. And yeah, a little bit more cloud on top. And there's the sun, of course, shining through. So yeah, nice sunset picture. Let's back that up about, I don't know, we'll go back about 9 hours first and just have a look. Yeah, a little bit more cloud over top of Katla, but it's okay. And we do see they do have some people out here. One of the things I noticed right off the bat, a lot more water down here, guys. This whole area is now flooded out, so definitely a heck of a lot more water. Let's go back another hour and see if we could spot it. Nope, definitely had enough rain and clouds that we can't see Katla from the earlier times, but it does look pretty good here. So that is back to current time, and the sun has gone down at 11:30 at night, and that is pretty awesome. And Katla is sitting there. Let's take a look at one more shot of Katla as it loads, and we'll fix that up. And we'll have to slide that down just a smidgen to get it on a full screen. There we go. And from that angle, you can see Katla as well. And that lovely sunset behind it. Unfortunately, this one we can't slide back on time-wise. But it is there, and it looks pretty darn awesome. So that is what we've got happening there. I'm going to make this one smaller, make sure the other ones get smaller as well. And we'll leave it there. Next off, we've got the harmonic trimmer chart. Looking at the harmonic trimmers, I did refresh this one just a few minutes ago. We'll do it one more time just so we're right up to date. Anyway, looking at Fregadalfjall, of course, that is home of Ragnar and Siggy Fisher. And we do see that the magmatic frequency held up pretty good. Then it took a dip, and the seismic followed suit as well. And looking at what we see here, we had a little bit of a build-up in tectonic action, and then some quakes in the vicinity. We'll have to look. That's somewhere around noonish, or maybe shortly there before. We'll have to take a look at some of those quakes. And then a definite decline after that. So we'll take a look at the other ones first, though, and let's see what we've got up at Askia. And I passed it. There we go. Askia, and we can see a magmatic or purple frequency did kind of hold steady and built a little bit and dropped off. And then we can see our tectonic as well as seismicity dropped quite a ways down. It peaked out and both headed for the downward slope. So makes you wonder what is going on there. And let's go to our next one. That'll be Grimsey, a little further north than Askia. And Grimsey, of course, is the northernmost point there, and that is this chart. And we do see our magmatic frequency go up a little bit and dip down and peaked again and drop back down. Seismicity followed right along with it, kind of letting me know that this is probably a tectonic movement. And speaking of which, tectonic, there you see it go up a little bit, down, and then a jog up. We had a quake in the area, and then it dropped off, just like what it did at Eruption and Askia. There is Grindavik, of course, to the southwest of Eruption, and there we see kind of the same pattern in our magmatic and seismatic frequencies. And then we do see a slight uptick and a drop again, and then the uptick and a couple of quakes in the area. This one of them being a lot smaller than the other one, indicating that that second quake was closer to the sensor, or possibly bigger, and the first one might have been a little bit more of a distance away. Yet we seen it on the Eruption one. It was a little bit taller, so we'll see what we can find there quake-wise shortly. Let's keep going here, and the next one we're going to look at is Kristevik. Kristevik being to the northeast of Katla, or sorry, not Katla, Eruption. There we go. And anyway, we do see magmatic frequency kind of peaked a little, dropped, peaked again, and went back down. Very similar to what we see at Eruption, and kind of a steady decline in seismicity as well, and almost a carbon copy there for the harmonic, a tectonic movement. So spike again being larger on this chart for the first quake. So both Grindavik is, Grindavik is showing the first one a lot smaller and the second one taller. And you kind of go, okay, well, the quake is probably closer to Eruption or somewhere in that vicinity. Anyway, let's put this back on Eruption, and we will have a quick peek at our earthquakes. And I did have a quick glance, nothing crazy, but just I thought that was some interesting stuff. Here's a difference in the height or magnitude, if you will, of those two quakes. So they were fairly similar in size, or at least showing there at Eruption. Let's go over and we'll have a look, and right off the bat I see what caused them. And first off, 30 quakes in the last 24 hours. That's what we've got. Let's take a look down here. For those not familiar with this area, this of course is the Reykjanes Peninsula. And if we zoom in just a tad, there you can see Reykjavik, the capital city. And for the people who need to know, there's Keflavik Airport, Keflavik, Reykjanesbær, Jarðvík, And if we go down here a little bit, you can see the town of Grindavik and the location of the 2 radio towers there. And then, of course, sliding up a little bit, there is the Blue Lagoon and the power plant there. Don't confuse that with the other power plant that we were looking at over here. And there's the lighthouse and the likely location of that camera over there. And if we zoom out just a tad, there you can see the power plant that we looked at on the Reykjanes Peninsula, and this is the location of that thermal vent or a geyser. So that is pretty cool, pretty awesome. Let's take a look though and see what we've got. We'll zoom out a bit more. This one is a 1.5, 7.6 kilometers down from 1938. And I don't think that one would have given a spike, but this one certainly would have. And that is a 2.81, 5.6 kilometers down from 1228. And that is interesting. And of course there's Grindavik, so fairly close. And what did I say? 1228. Yeah, that sounds like could be one of our big spikes there. The outline for Fagradalfjall, of course, is this area here. You can see that line. And if we zoom in, there's the location of Ragnar and Siggy Fisher. So let's leave those be. Next one on the list, a 0.1, 7.8 kilometers down, 1833 for him. And then from 1926, we had a 0, 3.1 kilometers down. And then we had 3.13, and that happened at 11:27. And that would be our first bigger quake. The other one that is over here would have been our second big quake. And both showed up on all the charts in the area. So pretty awesome. And that takes a little mystery out of it. So 3.13. 6.7 kilometers down, 11:27 is the time on that guy. Then we also had a 0 right next to it, 7.4 kilometers down from 12:57. And not sure if that, well, some kind of an aftershock. Very small though. Another 0 over here, 4.9 kilometers down, 21:48 for that guy. Sliding over a bit more, we see a 0.2, 9.2 kilometers down. And that is from 5:13 a.m. Nothing at Eyjafjallajökull, but we do have a 0.5 here at Katla, and that is a 1.1 kilometer down, and that is from 9:34 a.m. And going up, let's not forget that 2 up here, 1823, and that is 2 in magnitude, 3.4 kilometers down. Going over real quick and looking at Askja, and by the way, we didn't have anything at Grimsvatn, nothing at Bardabunga, so very quiet in those regions. Askja only had 2, and it's a 0.6, 4.8 kilometers down, came in at 2228 today. And the other one is from 1410, it's a 0.6, 2.9 clicks down. So 2 0.6s, not a very big quakes. Next, going further up, a 1.5, and that is a 100 meters down, probably some kind of a avalanche or something. Who knows? Could be ice movement there as well, or stuff melting, or rock slides, all kinds of different things. Anyway, happened at 12:41 and 100 meters down. Next 2 is 1.2, 5.3 clicks down, 16:06 is the time on that. Next one is from 1714, 1.6, 4.7 kilometers down. Let's get this 1.2 over here, 7.1 clicks down at 2:55 a.m. for him. And we'll grab this straggler up here, 2.6 from 1.1 kilometer down, and that is from 1:26 this morning. Now zooming into the mob here and having a quick look. This one is a 1.4, and that is 11.3 kilometers down. 18:57 is the time on it. Next one is from at 10:18 a.m. 0.8, half a kilometer down or 500 meters. And then we've got a 0.94, 5.3 kilometers down, 12 minutes after midnight. Next one is from 2016, 1.4, and that is 7.8 kilometers down for him. And then we've got a 1.3, 14.1 clicks down, 17:17 is the time on it. And then a 1.1 from 14.5 kilometers down, and that is at 18:30. And next is a 2.24, and that is 13.5 kilometers down from 1:26 a.m. The other one beside it is a 0.2, 5.2 kilometers down, and that happened at 1:32 this morning. Let's keep going down here. 1.24, 9.98 kilometers down, just about 10. 8:15 this morning for that guy. And then we've got a 0.8, 8.2 kilometers down at 3:16 a.m. 1.4, 6.9 kilometers down from 14:46. Another 1.4, 14.2 kilometers down, 19:30 is the time on that. And this 1.5, 4.4 kilometers down, 8:56 a.m. That's it for earthquakes there in Iceland. We can't say both Iceland and earthquakes at the same time. That doesn't work. Anyway, awesome. So that is what we are seeing there so far. Going to have a quick peek at the map for our lovely Azores. I'm not going to dispense with the photos today. I'm just going to take a look. We do have one quake there that we need to report or address. And let's go again onto that map. There it is there. And that happened 12 hours ago. A 2.5 surface quake. I came in at 11:22 GMT or UTC, however you like to say it. But that is just the one there. It's not too far away from San Miguel Island. And then, of course, you have Terceira over here. And this is São Jorge, Pico Island, and Fayal Island there. So it gives you a little bit of an idea where you're at as far as their real estate there. Down here is where the Canary Islands are. So Azores and Canary Islands. And then, of course, you got Portugal and Spain and France and England and Ireland and Nova Scotia. No, hang on. Newfoundland. This is Nova Scotia. And that's PEI. But yeah, Nova Scotia, that's where Sue is. She's waving, see? She's waving to us. That's pretty awesome. And there, of course, is Iceland up in the north and Greenland. So that gives you a little bit of an idea where it's at. Let's carry on. We've got about 10 minutes to the top of the hour. And we will go to the Popo puffin thing. It's Popo is still puffin. Go figure. And there it is. Popocatepetl, 70 kilometers south of Mexico City, southeast, if you will. And yeah, that looks pretty awesome. 17:50 or 5:50 p.m. there, same time zone as me. And you can see quite a bit of that darkish ejecta coming from it. So a lot of ash and dust and possibly different forms of tephra coming out of that volcano. And then, of course, you see the nice white puffy cloud right beside it. And yesterday, all the ejecta kind of looked like this. Today, we are back to normal. Very, very yucky and dark material coming out. Hopefully, it will give us a little bit more of a show tonight. That would really be awesome. Anyway, we did have a report on Popocatepetl, so we're going to go look at it. And it says Popocatepetl, a volcano in Mexico. Series of paroxysms continue. And yeah, that is pretty awesome. This, of course, is a screenshot of one of the cameras and the paroxysm and dense ash emissions late night on the 28th. And that was captured by someone, I am not sure, Senap Red, if I said that right. But that is what it was kind of looking like. I did check last night to see if there was anything coming out and flowing out on the edges of the caldera here, and I did not see anything. There was the occasional little spatter, but nothing of value. And of course here, sulfur dioxide or SO2 emissions dissipating from Popocatepetl volcano on the 28th of May, and you can see where a lot of that is heading, and it is very, very heavy as far as SO2. So that is from yesterday, or 2 days ago. It's the 30th today, May 30th, and is there 31 days in May? Yeah, there is. So one more May Day left. Mayday, tomorrow. Anyway, that is what we're seeing, and there, of course, they just give you a generalized location so you can understand where in the world it is. Pretty awesome. Okay, let's read a little bit here for a second. The continuous strong eruptive episodes, so-called paroxysm, dominate the volcano and is now in progress at the summit event. Pulsating lava fountains shoot up to perhaps 100 meters above the crater, accompanied by sustained vigorous ash-rich emissions in the night of May 28th. So a little bit, that's a day ago, right? So that's all cool. Intense and powerful explosions continue to generate abundant gray ash plumes, spewing to an estimated 21,000 feet or 6,400 meters elevation, associated with glowing lava bomb ejecta. Soon after landing, the vast edifice area is being constantly illuminated by fragments or fragmented incandescent material. Seismic records indicate 1,425 minutes of volcanic tectonic tremor over the past 24 hours. That's a lot. So it's a busy volcano, and there you can see it in their screenshot capture there. That looks pretty good. Thank you, Sue, for that 5-minute warning. And that is it for there. Let's carry on to our next volcano, and that will be over at Fuego. That's in Guatemala. Oh, Fuego's disappearing on us. It's putting on its cloaking shield. Let's back up just a little bit and see what it looked like. And there we go. We can actually see it today. Well, sort of, for a little while anyway. There was a lot of cloud in there earlier, but we do see a little bit of smoke coming from the top. Last night I was watching it, and we were able to see quite a glow up in the top, but no lava spewing out or spilling. If we go back a bunch of hours, we get right to about there, we can see it is off-gassing. There is a plume there, but nothing as rich and heavy in ash and other materials as we had seen in the past prior to that last big eruption from it. And that's a little earlier. As we go along here, you can kind of sort of see that, and we do see a little bit of a glow coming out of there. If we go back a little bit more, it was in the clouds again, so it's hard to see. Yeah, and this, of course, 6:53 a.m. Prior to that, it was a no-go and a no-show. And Judy M., welcome. I'm glad to have you on board. And that is pretty much it for Fuego in Guatemala. So let's go take a look at the next shot. This, of course, was from yesterday's photo of a Messiah volcano in Nicaragua. Let's refresh that and see what we can see right now. Ooh, not much. And that is not a very happy photo. That, of course, is a volcano gray. We know that caldera is in there somewhere. Don't fall in, okay? Next on the list, of course, is Lascar. And these ones were from late last night. The Chilean volcanoes. This one is Lascar. Again, we aren't seeing a heck of a lot there, so I'm not going to worry about it. Basically, not able to see anything at Laguna del Mole, but we do see here at Villarrica the nighttime illumination of the caldera up top. And that is always interesting and a good indicator that we have an active volcano. So let's refresh this and just see if it looks any better. I don't know if we caught it early enough. I don't think so. It's about the same as yesterday. So I'm not really going to worry about it. Let's leave those be. It is pretty much break time, so we will take a break. And we'll put you back on some canned lava for right now. And I better turn on that little thing there. There we go. Big Toe just just in to say hi. Hope you're all having a great morning, afternoon, evening. Hi, Dr. Fox. Hi, Sue. Hi, Wonky Donkey. Hi, Hermione. And all I missed. I gotta run. Toes always on the move. Yeah, don't stub that toe. You'll be hurting. And take care. Thanks for stopping by. And use that toe to give that thumbs up button a quick bop there. Awesome. Thanks, Big Toe. Okay, it is time for a break. And for those good people who have not yet hit that like button, give it a big bop. And of course, if you're sitting on the sidelines peeking in, you're also welcome to subscribe if you haven't done so already. On that friendly note, I'm your host, DrFox2000, here in Edmonton, Alberta, Canada. I'm going to be taking a break. When we come back from the break, we will have bacon seeds and then maybe our mystery volcano that somebody has already indicated and she knows what it is. But, you know, you got to be careful because there could be some fox trickery happening there. And it may not be the volcano you think it is. I love it. Anyway, on that friendly note, don't go away. Keep smiling. Hit the like button. I'm going to go and take a break. I'll be back. Don't worry. Don't worry. Be happy. Play nice in the lava. I'll be back. microphone is back on. Welcome back, everyone. I'm your host, DrFox2000, and you're watching a VolcanoX live stream. And thanks for being here, and thank you for the welcome backs from Sasha and Sue, and Cookster is doing something. Oh, Cookster's after the secret volcano. And Hermione, you have a good chance at it today. That's all I'm going to say. And I hear you, Dr. Fox 2000. Awoo! From Sharon Stewart. And thank you, Hermione and Fluffy. And awesome. Okay, so let's park our canned lava. And, come on, there we go. Stop it already, I say. All right, and now we're going over to some bacon seeds, and we'll see what we've got happening there. And that is the last batch of basket cases we seen yesterday. And of course, our wonderful Piggy sent us more. You know, Piggy, I don't think was a very a good mood today. Yeah, those are the hogwashed ones. That is what we need. Anyway, Piggy was sending us some more. There you can see her. And, of course, she wasn't feeling too boppy today. So I don't know what we're going to do with her. We have to keep her cheered up. She's got about 16 or 15 more days left in Piggy jail. And hopefully she will be okay before too long. I know she sneaks out every once in a while, but hey, it is what it is. Anyway, pretty awesome. So let's take a look at our first bacon seed for today. And it is another group in a basket. So very, very cool. And we like it. And let's see. I'm going to... Oh, I hit the wrong button. Darn it. I clicked a different button I didn't want to click. I was trying to stop something and I skipped it. Yeah. It was a cool commercial with a cool car. I wanted to see what it was. It looked electric. Anyway, these 4 bacon seeds are pretty awesome. I sent her a few pics of the market. Cool. Basket full of piggies. Yep, you bet. Let's go to our next shot. And this one is listening to some tunes. I guess that's what you got to do when you're in jail. You can listen. And she's listening how to crack her safe, or maybe listening to the show. That could be a possibility too. East listening, yep, or easy listening. Anyway, let's go on to the next one. Another basket case. We've got 3 in the basket. That is looking pretty awesome. Snorty a snort. Okay. And I like those guys. They look awesome. And next one is this one. And, and that is on a pillow. Almost a royal blue kind of piggy. And that is pretty awesome. Yeah, charcoal in color. Very neat to see that. Pretty awesome. Let's go to our next one. And, this one is letting you know if you don't like it, there you go. You know, they remind me of kids, little kids. Seriously. With the attitude sometimes. Anyway, a sassy pig. Yep, you bet. This one, hang on, I gotta take a look at this. All right. This is a little pig pile. And they're pinkish, and they're definitely having a snooze. And that is an interesting little pig pile. Of course, they're all together. Pink ones, you bet. They love it. And let's carry on, and we'll look at our next one. And these 2 are looking up at something. And very inquisitive with smiles on their faces. Maybe somebody's got a treat. You never know. And that looks pretty nice. Let's go to our next one. These guys do look good. I like that. Fuzzballs. Yep, they definitely are. And here we go. Here's another one that's letting you know how he feels about having a camera take his picture. And that is pretty awesome too. And he's got his ear right in the other one's eyeball. So that's all right. And let's see what we got for the next one. And this is another little guy. He's definitely hanging around. I don't know if very pink looking though. So good coloring. And you could maybe use just a little bit more to eat. But not that skinny. I got some wrinkles, so yep, he's sniffing. He's sniffing around for something. And here's this guy. He's. I think we may have seen him before. I think he needs a hogwash. He's kind of dirty. He's got some dirty front trotters there, and some dirty stuff around his snout. So, but he looks like he's healthy enough, and that is pretty cool. And our last bacon seed for today is this one, and that is Spock. No, I thought the ears kind of gave it away, but he too looks like he needs a hogwash, and that of course is being stuck in a bed, and a Vulcan and Piggy. Yep, alert. Yeah, they definitely appear to be, and that is pretty nice. So, cool. I gotta love it. All right, so that's our bacon seeds for today. Now, before we go over to the secret volcano, I want to remind everyone that sometimes volcanoes, one volcano will look like the next volcano. So be careful with what you guess. Be very careful. And I don't want too many people guessing weird things or multiple times. So we'll get to the secret volcano. I know it's. I threw it up there because, well, I'll tell you that afterwards why I used that photo. But we'll show you the volcano photo of the day. And no, it's got nothing to do with Photoshop. We try, honestly, Cookster, I try not to use Photoshop type stuff or any major editing on it. I may trim a picture a little bit, but I try not to change the actual photo. And but it is what it is. So let's have a look at it, and you guys tell me what you think it is. And we'll get going here. It's not too bad. It's pretty. All right, Fox craftiness. Thanks. Anyway, there it is. And be very careful, but that is a beautiful shot of that particular. Oh, wow. Wow, the answers are flying in here. Sue Hayes got it before Hermine did, but they are both correct. And Sue, yeah, it is indeed a Popocatepetl. And Cookster, and nice try. It's not Reventador, but yeah, that is pretty awesome. So Sue gets the stack of cookies today, and you can give her a cookie or two, and I'll give her a cookie too. All right, a stack of cookies, since she was pretty quick and on the ball. So we'll say congratulations to both of them, and that is a very nice photo. And the reason I used it is because this photo is only 8 days old, so it hasn't been around the internet yet. And I thought it would be pretty nice to be able to see that. And it is a lovely shot, you do have to admit. Whoever took that photo did a very, very nice job. I like that. And it would have been nice, just a tad bit less cloud there, but hey, it is what it is. But you can definitely see Popocatepetl with some snow on it and some definite lava flow, and of course a Strombolian style eruption over the top of that cloud. Very nice looking, so very, very cool. Everyone helped themselves to cookies. And there you go, Sue, and that is awesome. And anyway, that's why I used this. I thought it was a pretty nice shot. Anyway, let's carry on with the stream. And of course, our next one is going over to, where the heck are we going? We're going to Merapi. Let's see if Merapi will make us happy today. And I do have to mention Merapi. The little birdies told me today Merapi is starting to crumble a little bit. And I wouldn't doubt that. Looking at the daytime shot, though, 7:17 a.m. is the time there right now. So if we go back in time, we know we had a lot of cloud and stuff. We do have to go hit and miss. This is at 5:08 a.m. The cloud wasn't bad, but if we go back a little bit further, the cloud was in there and it was bad. And you can see 4:49, that's just like 15 minutes later, or sorry, 20 minutes later. And you know, you've seen it rolling in like that. And if we go a little further there, you can see more cloud. But if we go beyond that, we do see it again. It wasn't hidden that badly. Unfortunately, we're not seeing a heck of a lot of lava flow right now. And I did try to scan real quick as I was looking. I couldn't see anything showing any lava. And I just found one spot. And it was kind of in the cloud as well. So let's take a look there, see if we can see what is going on. Something caused that. I'm going to back up just a little bit more, and we'll see if we can figure it out. Right around here. All right, so 1:33 in the morning, and when we look at the other views, you can see it sliding down the hill there. You don't see very much in this shot, but definitely some bacon moving, and we do see the occasional a larger ball of tephra or lava hitting down on the bottom here, lighting things up. So if we move that ahead a little bit, we can see how those clouds progressed, and then you see another plume or eruption, and then we'll see some more lava flowing down the side of it. And there you can see a little bit more. I'm wanting to see, though, the stuff that came off in this direction over here. Let's put this a little bit bigger. There we go. And now we can try to make that go and see if we can find the exact spots where it started to kind of split off. And yeah, I think it was somewhere around here. In the cloud, unfortunately. Yeah, there you go. You can see some of that moving out and down the hill. So I'm not sure where that came from. Let's back that up a few minutes or a few seconds and see. So, okay. Yep, we see it right there. It came out of that side vent rather than the normal one down here. And then, of course, if we expedite that, you can see that lava flowing as it gets through the clouds there. And interesting to see that light up like that. So that is an indicator that we do have things breaking apart up there at the top of the caldera. Quite a unique situation. And of course, with it being as active as it has been for the last month, it has built up quite a bit. What happened to Lizoid? I have not seen him for some time. Well, he was busy. He was on some kind of a work vacation, he says it was. So I'm not sure where he is. Anyway, that looked not bad. So we do know that we do have multiple directions of lava flow from this now, and that is very interesting. There's another a bit of a burst at 1:44 a.m. and that didn't look too bad. A little bit extra, just trying to keep track of my time here. And yeah, you can actually see quite a bit of that flowing down the hill. And again, it fans out once it hits this point here. It starts to get wider and wider, and because that whole area here has been filled up with effusive lava. In other words, the lava has flowed out and cooled off in place. So pretty awesome to see that. And if we go back, and I think unfortunately most of everything else we've seen was in cloud, so I'm not going to do a heck of a lot with it. Yeah, it's not worthwhile having a look. So let's leave our wonderful Merapi. We know that the caldera up there is kind of got some breaking issues. We'll see what happens in the future to it. Let's put us back on live, and there we go. Cloudy situation, and not what we want to see. Next one on our list, I'm going to make this one smaller, and we'll go over to this one. And of course, that is our lovely Mount Ruapehu in New Zealand. Unfortunately, we're not able to see it. Let's see if we can go back a little bit in time. Yeah, it kind of looks eerie when we look at this particular shot. And there you can see the volcano. There's the big bad sun, the giver of life. And of course you can see the volcano, but because it is silhouetted, very difficult to make out where the snow line is. And earlier, of course, when the sun was just coming up, that is kind of the view you had. So kind of a nice shot, and that is at 8:03 a.m. is when they had that particular view. So pretty cool, pretty awesome. And if we go back a little bit more, we can see a little bit more of it with some clouds going along the edges here. Still unable to see what kind of snow we had on there, but again, because it's silhouetted, very difficult to tell. Let's make this smaller. We'll carry on. I'm going to put it back on live though. And that is the current shot, by the way. And let's take a look and see what our charts are saying for our wonderful Taupo. Well, we see a decrease here in activity, but also another spike. So likely an earthquake somewhere in the vicinity, or a larger one further away. We'll see what we've got there. It'll be awesome to find out. And let's go take a look at the other chart. This one, of course, further to the north. And we are not seeing anywhere near as much activity on that particular chart. So we'll leave it back on this one. And we'll maybe during the earthquake views, we'll have a look and see where that quake might have been from. So that would have been just a very recent. And I don't know if we got a visual on Taupo today. I don't believe that camera is working. Oh, it is now. It wasn't earlier. So all right, let's see if we can make that a little bit bigger. And yeah, we can actually see it. And we want to zoom in and move over. I don't know how well that works. There you can see in the background, there is Mount Ruapehu hiding behind this front hill. Thank you for the 4-minute warning, Sue. And it's nice to be able to see that far. They've got a bunch of clouds over there, though, so nice to be able to spot it. And of course, the lake is the caldera for Taupo, and that is what we see there. And you can see it a little further over on the other side here as well. So a fair size caldera, and all filled with water. Hope it never pops. Russell Brainerd, welcome. And that is the shot for today from our wonderful Taupo. And pardon me, time to make that one smaller. And we will take a look and see. Actually, I'm going to see if Semaru is back up. Semaru was not working when I checked just before the show here. I'm going to refresh and see if they are live now. No, Semaru is not, so we will not be able to see anything from Mount Semaru. And we will carry on to other places that we love to go. And let's take a look at, where are we going to go? Well, we can have a quick peek to see if our wonderful Stromboli is doing anything. There is a Stromboli, and that is in Sicily, Italy. Or no, Italy. It's on its own little Italian island. And for those who aren't familiar with it, this is the thermal shot, and the other shot right here is basically a carbon copy of that thermal shot, just looking at it in color. And it's nighttime there, 27 minutes after midnight. So that is what we're seeing right now, and that is pretty cool. And yeah, I'm hoping that we're going to see some kind of an eruption. We want to see this a little bit more active. Actually, the one I'd really like to see more active would be our wonderful next one would be, let's see, Mount Etna. Yeah, how about that? I'd like to see Mount Etna doing something. And it is time for Etna to erupt. It really is. We need to have lava. That's the way it works. Anyway, let's pop you over to here for a second. They're zooming out. They're zooming out. And let's see if we can straighten that out just a tad bit. There, almost. All right. Anyway, that is the shot for a Yellowstone National Park. And not sure if we're in time for Old Faithful or not, but I just figured I'd throw that on there real quick while I'm diverting and keeping you busy as I get the next screen set up. And it is almost a break time, so let's have a quick peek at our wonderful Mount Etna. And of course it is 2:29 a.m. there, and we'll go back as far as we can, and that is about 12 hours, so that'll make it like 2:29 in the afternoon. Well, 2:34 anyway, close. But you see all those clouds? That is not going to make anybody happy if they're trying to look at a volcano. And how come they've had clouds there for so long? It's a time for it to stop having clouds. We need to see the darn thing. Go away, cloudiness. And of course, they have their own rules. There we go. Nice shot. And then when the clouds finally do dissipate, this is what we see. This is at 7:56 in the evening. We do see the top vent here continuing to puff out material. And of course, you can see a little bit of a plume from the backside as well. And that is from the southeast crater. So that is our wonderful Mount Ruape, no, yeah, sorry, Mount Etna. Blah. Oh, I get it right. I'm all confused. Let's take a look at a different report real quick, though. Nyamuragira, a volcano in the Congo, had a pretty nice shot as well. And this is a daytime shot showing you how it rebuilds calderas and vents within that caldera. So pretty awesome. And it says a degassing activity within the summit crater of Nyamuragira, a volcano continues. And let's see, do they have any other shots? No, this is a Bromo at dawn, February 17th, 2011. Bromo was bad back then, but that's not what we're talking about. And he don't like us either. He's sticking his tongue out. All right, so according to the verbiage, according to the Volcano Institute, the OVG, the effusive activity returned to a pre-eruptive stage starting May 17th. However, the activity remains confined within the volcano's summit caldera, associated with the intermittent nighttime glows and constant degassing at the top of the volcano. The central lava lake is currently in stable condition, and suggests that there is a delicate equilibrium between the heat and magma supply and loss through cooling and mild emissions during degassing. So it gives you a little bit of an idea of what goes on there. Anyway, let's leave that be, and thank you, Sue, for sending me that one. There's Etna's chart. It's down below again, although it is on occasion popping up above the line. I want to see it up here all the time. All right, let's put that back here. Actually, we'll make that smaller. It is a time for me to take a break, ladies and gentlemen. And that is a nice photo. I like that. Back to some canned lava. And those good people that are here, please do hit that like button if you haven't done so already. Also, if you haven't subscribed to the channel and are lurking, please consider subscribing if you feel we've earned it. On that friendly note, I'm your host, DrFox2000. I'm going to go take a break for 5, 6, or 7 minutes. Don't go away. And here comes some music, and I'll be back. Thanks. go. The microphone is back on, and Mona is going to sleep. I feel like having a nap too, Mona. Busy day today, and so I've been doing a bunch of service calls, and so pretty awesome. Of course, I'm working with another guy, so still pretty cool to be able to get at them and see what they've been doing. So it is kind of neat. Anyway, thank you for the welcome backs from Sue. And I hear you, DrFox2000. Woo! From Sharon Stewart. And thank you, Hermione and Fluffy. And Wonky Donkey is leaving too. Good night, Wonky Donkey. Take care. And I guess I put everyone to sleep with my voice. And that is me included. I want to have a nap. Oh, but I'm doing a show, so I can't. So anyway, let's stop our lava, and we will go other places. Where do we want to go? Let's go to Alaska for a minute. No, not very good picture. That is a Pavlov current picture for today. Not very good. I came in at 1609. I don't think it improved any. No, it did not. And that is still the same picture. Next photo, of course, is this one. And not very good up there either. That is the Great Sitkins, and back there somewhere. Maybe over there? I have no idea. It's in the clouds. That's the way it goes. So let's, while we're up there, let's take a look and see if they've had any warnings of any kind. And hey, segment India 1, valid from 30:23:55 to 31:02:55 UTC. Looks like maximum tops, flight level 300 or 30,000 feet, and they are showing 25,000 feet over here. So we are definitely getting some volcanic ash over Alaska, and that is always interesting. So Alaskan Aviation Weather Unit and the Volcanic Ash Advisory Center near Anchorage posted that for today, and that is very interesting. So they are getting some stuff up there. Speaking of stuff coming from our wonderful Kamchatka Peninsula, here's our lovely Shivelish, and let's make those a little bit bigger so we can see them. And there you go. That is not a bad shot of the caldera, but still a lot of cloud in the way. We can see some layered clouds up top here, and of course the yucky stuff on the bottom. But there is that mound that is building back up after it blew itself up. So pretty awesome. Let's take a look at the next shot. This one is the one that's furthest away. Of course, you can only see a small portion of it. Even if we do make it bigger, it really doesn't make much of a difference. And that is a current shot from 45 minutes after midnight. So that is what they were seeing there. And this is kind of the medium-sized shot. And that's to keep all the bears happy, right? We are still seeing some pluming coming from this vent over here on the other side, as well as the primary vent in the middle here. So let's take a look at a report from Volcano Discovery, though, for Shivelish, and we'll take a look and see what it says. And of course, that is a Shivelish volcano, Kamchatka Peninsula, and the activity growing lava dome, or actively growing lava dome. Let's make that picture just a little bit bigger, and that is a lot easier to look at and a little bit more pleasant on the eyes. You can certainly see how it grew, and yeah, that is pretty awesome. And you definitely see some ash and tephra pluming in the back here and doing its thing. But yeah, for something that blew itself to bits and pieces, it certainly is getting bigger once again. The new lava dome growth within the actively glowing or growing lava dome area in Shivelish volcano. Okay, yeah, that is what the picture entitles. So that is pretty cool. We like that. And here's a shot from a Sentinel-2 indicating what we are seeing. And that is from right around here. That is drifting. And we're not able to discern too much because it is hiding. And that is what we've got there. That is from the satellite image. Let's take a look. There it gives you the location on the Kamchatka Peninsula. Pretty awesome. And that is a Santiaguito. That is kind of nice. And lava dome consists of a viscous, I should say, mostly solidified lava plugging the circular vent. And that is pretty cool. Up in the top here. That's a kind of a neat shot. Anyway, let's leave that there. Read a little bit here. The extrusive eruption at the volcano continues. Yeah. The new lava dome continues to grow within the pre-eruption extrusive dome. Ugh. Boy, can't talk today. Dome crater that was partially destroyed by the massive explosion on April 11th, and forms the dome in the dome area. So, yeah, a dome within a dome, and the new lava dome growth appears to ooze out as eruptive viscous lava. Giving it a rugged outer shape by exceeding limits of plastic deformation. Anyway, that is pretty awesome. And again, that photo, so you can see. So the dome used to be here, going from side to side, and of course, it was a much taller. I should put it up there like that, and you can see. And now it's rebuilding itself inside the original area, and that is pretty awesome to see. Very nice. All right, let's leave that guy be, and of course we'll leave our friends there. We will go over to our next location, and that is Japan. And of course we need to make sure we get Japan bigger on the screen. And where the heck is my Japan? Maybe it's the one over here. All right, we clicked on it. Not sure if that's an ice cream boat or not. In whatever it is, it's leaving. We'll have to take a look. As you can see, or hang on, as you cannot see, Sakurajima volcano right now. It is unfortunate. It's hiding. We are waiting for an ice cream boat. We'll see if we can get one in there. We'll let you know. Right now, no ice cream boat. Definitely nothing over there. Let's look at the other ones. And this, of course, is our closer up view. And again, you see the level of the cloud. We are not able to see the volcano. And even if I go back, you know, this is 3 hours and 45 minutes ago. You can see how low that stuff was coming in there. So likely bad weather in Japan for us, and we probably won't see much of the volcano. If we go back about 10 hours into the night, we can see a little bit more of it, but very difficult to see because it is at night. So all good. Yeah, no crying. We're waiting for the ice cream boat there, Hermione. It's all good. Anyway, I will make that back to a small, and we'll go to our next one. And, oh, look at this. And we have a picture. Well, we've got a lot of volcano gray. Let's see, do we have anything there? We have a map. Anyway, This is their newer view. When it works, it wasn't bad. Yesterday I was able to see a wonderful Suwanosi Jima, and as it was pluming out some ash and stuff off in the distance here. But this shot, obviously, because of the inclement weather there in Japan, that also goes from the Kagoshima area down all the way past these islands. So that's kind of what we're looking at. And not able to see it. Well, I'll leave that be. Off to the next one, and this is ESO, and as you can see, it is raining there as well, and definitely some raindrops on the screen. Ooh, I hear thunder. We got thunder happening, and we're going to have rain too. Well, it's been dripping on and off here, so we definitely do need the moisture. Anyway, looking at the caldera here, we do see that it is continuing to off-gas. Of course, with the rain, that little caldera basically acts like a bowl, and all that water is formed the lake in the bottom of it. And we will, well, what happens is that caldera floor is hot, so it steams off that lava, but it also throws out SO2 gas out of there. And just so you understand, this is not the entirety of ESO. ESO is a huge volcano. This is just one of the vents within that volcano. And it's right now the only active vent within that volcano. So that's what we're seeing there. If we go back a little bit in time, we know it was raining very hard and you couldn't see a darn thing. So we'll leave that be, and we'll go to our next volcano. I'm going to make this one smaller again. And there is Asama. Well, again, same problem. Asama not very visible there. If we go back 2.5 hours, though, we can see it. And there is Asama sending smoke signals. Look, it's a Pac-Man with his mouth open and an eyeball going to go eat a man. This guy's trying to escape. Look, his arm, he's trying to fly away. And he's going to get eaten by this monster cloud. I don't know. It looks dangerous. Anyway, thank you, Sue, for that 5-minute warning. I don't know. Too much pareidolia, I think, for me. Let's back that up a little bit more. Go back about 4 hours and just have a look at it. Then, hard to see, but it is going upward, and not that much wind at that point in time. If we go back to the 5-hour mark or thereabouts, we can see it was still putting out some material, not quite as much. And again, it is kind of heading straight up. So if it's not got a lot of moisture and other content to it, it is hard to see. So there we see a little bit more of it. The last couple of days, though, it has been doing, looks as though Ta'al is off-gassing. Milan Abul is, what? Yeah, I don't know who that is, but that is okay, and we'll have to take a look. We only have permission from 2 of them there, and that's Madame Rutsa and our what is it? Meditation, Ta'al meditation. We don't have any. Don't know who Marlon Aboyao is. I hope I didn't butcher that name too bad. Anyway, there we see what we've got going on, and you can see some extra material popping out of there. So it is pluming. It's doing its thing. The occasional puff, and we do want to see more of it in the future. So let's make that one smaller. It is just about break time again, so what we will do, we'll just double check, make sure I made them all back to a small. I did, but I need to put that one back on live. There we go. And let's get over there. The ice cream boat is docking. And there is an ice cream boat. For all who need to go down and get an ice cream, now is your opportunity. And there you can see the ice cream boat is pulling into port. Right in there. They'll turn that boat around and dock, and you can go down and get your ice cream. They'll be there for at least 15 minutes. So lots of time for you to run down and get something. And that would be cool. All right. Not sure what time it is on the clock there on the screen. Not too much chat going on. We only have 23 people in here right now. I'm surprised that we have that low in numbers for today. And let's see. Yeah, it looks like the peak was at 28 people. That's not very much. I must be doing something wrong. Or maybe we just don't have enough lava on the show. I have no idea. It's all old, I think, and people want to see fresh lava, and I get that. I want to see volcanoes erupting and that kind of thing. Time? Oh, there you go. It's in Nova Scotia, 9:59 in Nova Scotia. That is awesome. Anyway, for those good people who are here, if you haven't yet hit that like button, give it a quick pop, help us out. Also, if you're new and you haven't subscribed, consider subscribing, help us out that way. And on that friendly note, I'm going to go take a break. I do need to rest my voice a little bit. I'm losing him again. What? Loosening him. Okay. Let's see. It is almost 3 in the morning. Oh, buffering. Why are you buffering? I'm pretty solid. Well, hang on. We are bouncing up and down a little bit, but shouldn't be buffering though for that little bit of movement in the bit rates. I wonder if we got more storms happening that I'm not aware of. Anyway, get your ice cream. I'm going to go and throw you back onto the lava. Ooh, I don't know if you can hear that thunder in the background. Yeah, you are back now. All right. Yep, Sue are having a problem too. Okay, well, I hope it's okay. Let me throw some music on, and we'll be back in. Oh, now I see. Yep, it's definitely dropped in a bit rate here. Big time drop. And I'm wondering if it's because of the thunderstorm. Might be raining hard or something somewhere. Let me throw the music on. I'm going to go for the break. Don't go away. More to come. Thanks. And there we go. The microphone is back on. I see that the bit rates have stabilized a little bit, and hopefully everyone is able to hear and see and do all that nice stuff. So pretty awesome. It is still not nice. I hope that clears up. Yeah, well, it's not nice in a lot of places. It's raining here with thunderstorms. Thank you for the welcome backs there from Sue and hey Bob, good to see you. And thank you there from Hermione and Fluffy. And I hear you, DrFox2000. Woo! From Sharon Stewart. Hope that is all good. And let's see, Mr. Brainerd, did you get your audio back? Hopefully that is better for him. Anyway, Russell, hope you're hanging in there. All right, let's stop our canned lava. We will continue on and take a look at earthquakes. Loud and clear, awesome, that is good. I'm glad things are cleared up. There we are over at our earthquake map, and I'm seeing the bit rate drop again a little bit, and it's back to a stabilized. All right, so looking at what we've got here, we'll start out up here in the Kamchatka Peninsula. Nothing new really as we move along. Tanaga Island, very little activity there. Not going to be holding my breath on anything. We do see very, very little activity, and you know, it's kind of everything is just kind of a stop. Like this is Aniakchak, and we don't see a heck of a lot happening there either anymore. So I'm wondering what we got going on. And Trident volcano though seems to be a little bit more active right there, but not by much. It's got a few little quakes. Katmai beside it and being very quiet, and then of course the other three mountains over here have a few quakes, but nothing really to write home about, I don't think, and nothing to panic anyone. We did see a couple more here, and hopefully they're okay. Petrolia area in California, 3.15 a.m., 700 meters down for that one. And the other one here at 2.1, and that is in the Ferndale and Eureka area. So hopefully they will be okay there. Shouldn't be anything major. Still seeing a reasonable amount of swarming here, and that is the geyser area, as they call it. All kinds of little quakes, and that is normal. So we'll leave that be. Sliding down a little bit more, and we do see one here near LA, and that is a 3.2. I'm sure a few people would have felt that from 1424. 10.7 clicks down, and another one out here in the bay. So I'm not going to worry about that though. Let's carry on. We don't see anything there in Central America. Nothing happening there in the Colombian area or Panama, where we usually see quakes. We do have one down here in Chile. A 5.5 came in at 10:51, 37.4 kilometers down for him. Nothing down here in South Sandwich Islands. Now I wanted to have a look here to see what caused that little spike. Let's try the other map. I'm going to refresh that, of course, and we'll take a look and see if we can spot a few little quakes. And of course USGS typically only puts the ones that are a little bit bigger, 4.0 and higher on their map, although they have other ones that do show up. There's a 3.1, our likely culprit to have caused that spike from 1727 today. 172 kilometers down, and that is just on the shoreline or offshore. There we are, and that is in the Bay of Plenty. And of course our volcano, hang on, is let's see if we can get over there. There's a Taupo here. So it's a little distance away, but enough to make a little spike on the old chart. Let's get back to the USGS one. We do see this one out here in Tonga, 4.8 from last night at 2201, 10 kilometers down for that guy. I forgot to do the volcano report. We're going to do that right away. And looking at the earthquakes here, we don't see too much till we get up onto the Philippines. 4.6 from a 922, 10 kilometers down for him. And then Japan had 3 quakes here. 4.4 from 1648, 12.3 kilometers down. Opposite island, of the island, along the fault line there. 4.6 there from 2:49 a.m., 11.3 kilometers down. And then this one a little further up, 4.3 from 7:52, and that is it for there. We don't see anything else further up on the Kamchatka, as we checked that already, and nothing down here in the Indian Ocean or any of those areas. Tajikistan, that would be there. 4.5 from 11:45. And 10 kilometers down for that one. Still not seeing any quakes in Turkey, so that is all okay. Ooh, something just popped in. This is a new one, and that is in Indonesia, and that is a brand new one, just off of what is it, Kepulauan, whatever that is, a region, and Mentawai region. Anyway, there it is, a brand new quake that just happened. 5.0 from 1858 their time. Just popped onto the map. I'm surprised. 1858. It's later than that. So why is that? Oh, that's our time, not theirs. Anyway, that is what we've got going on there. Quick peek in Hawaii. I don't want to be too much of a nag, but we only see 4 here in what we call the Pahala region. We do have this guy out here, and that is 2.6, 1 kilometer west-southwest of Captain Cook, Hawaii. And we do have a bunch over here, and these are at Kilauea, or in that general vicinity. Some of them bigger than others, but they're typically fairly small. 49 minutes after midnight for this guy, 900 meters down, 2.01. And then we had a 1.8 there. I'm just going to look at the sizes. Another 1.8. This one is 0.5, very small. 1.9 there, and 1.9 over there. And this guy here is a 1.7. That is at 28.8 kilometers down, though. So that's kind of what we've got there for Hawaiian earthquakes. And really nothing major to yak about, but it still has some activity. The fact that we're seeing the quakes around the Kilauea area is a hopeful sign. And, maybe we'll see an eruption soon. Judy M., good night, everyone. Good night, Judy M. Take care of yourself. And hopefully you'll have a wonderful day or night, night. Lovely dreams, anyway. That kind of thing. Let's go and take a look here. This is Yellowstone National Park, the Old Faithful about to erupt. We've got a bunch of bystanders waiting for it. You can see them all around, and even some in the background here moving along down the trails. Occasional bear and Sasquatch included. While that is happening, I am going to go read our volcano report for today, and we'll take a look at what we've got. Let's see. Oh, did I? Yeah, I did the report on Niagara Nyamuragira already. And so 4 volcanoes for late last night. And Grandma B, wow, thank you for that wonderful $5 super chat. Grandma B, just writing that down. Thank you, Grandma B. And that is the first super chat of today. Really do appreciate that, and very kind of you. And thank you very much for supporting the stream. So Nyamura Gira, as in the DR Congo area in Africa, of course, we already looked at that. And that was from 1924 was that report. Now, we also looked at Popocatepetl report, which is from 1944, time-wise from yesterday, so all good there. And next one on the list is Sangay in Ecuador, and the Sangay volcano. Ongoing volcanic ash emissions to 20,000 feet, or 6,100 meters, reported at 22:15. And hey, Old Faithful is doing its thing. Pretty awesome. And Cotopaxi in Ecuador, new volcanic ash emissions to 20,000 feet, or 6,100 meters, and that was at 23:45 last night. And hi to everyone, but I've been watching TV. It's awesome, and glad that you can watch us on the big screen as well. So that is for last night's volcanic activity. We've got 6 on the list for today. Sabancaya in Peru, a sporadic puff to 24,000 feet, or 7,300 meters, reported at 1:15 a.m. And then continuous ash emissions to 22,000 feet, or 6,700 meters, reported at 13:15. Popocatepetl in Mexico, a constant volcanic ash emissions to 21,000 feet, 6,400 meters, reported at 3:30 in the morning. And then continuing the constant volcanic ash observed to 23,000 feet, or 7,000 meters, and that is reported at 14:45. Suwanoshijima in Japan, exploded a volcanic ash cloud, unknown height, reported at 5:30 this morning. And Shivlish in the Kamchatka Peninsula, Russia, we have seen that report already, which was very cool. And that is, of course, the new lava dome, the dome within the dome. And that is pretty awesome. Came in from 11:20. And continuing on, we had Cotopaxi in Ecuador, volcanic ash emissions observed to 21,000 feet, or 6,400 meters. I came in at 12 noon. And Reventador in Ecuador, volcanic ash emissions to 14,000 feet, or 4,300 meters, reported at 1,500. And that concludes our volcano report there for today. Thank you, Sue, for providing that information. Always a pleasure, and really do appreciate you sending that in. And welcome to Yona. Good to have you on board, Yona, and nice to see you. Yona from Iceland, the land of fire and ice. Hopefully somebody will get some fire going there. We need to see a volcano. Yona, get a volcano going, please. That'd be really nice. Anyway, and what you're seeing on the screen, of course, is Old Faithful doing its thing and throwing out a whole bunch of steam. And yeah, it's a nice steam. You don't want to be breathing it, though. I think it's got some bad stuff in it. But and nonetheless, small quantities. I don't think it's going to kill you, but you wouldn't want to stay in it forever. Anyway, they moved away from there That's all right. And they're showing some of the other geysers and events. And of course, that is a Yellowstone National Park. They have over 500 different active geysers there. And if you haven't looked at the site, it's definitely worthwhile getting that on board. So, pretty cool. And I'm liking seeing the green grasses growing there, and we even see some buffalo wandering around, like right over here and here. And where else? Well, I don't see any other ones, but we have one right there. Anyway, lots of different vents doing the steam stuff. So pretty cool. Let's. I'm looking at the time here. I'm pondering. Do I want to move over to the SO2 map or not yet? Maybe I'll hang on with that. I'll refresh it though and have it ready for after the break, and that way I can study it just a tiny bit. Because I'm always interested in seeing where stuff is going and where it's coming from. So nothing really weird going on here. All right, we'll leave it as that for right now. I am going to go take a break, you guys. I'm going to take it a little earlier here and maybe stretch it out just a tad. I am feeling my throat starting to get a little bit on the heated side. We are still seeing rain in the area here, and some pretty heavy cumulus clouds off on the eastern side right now. So pretty wild view, and everything is wet. So that is how it goes. Anyway, let's see. Tried indicates you still have it. Let's see, aloha, hugs, and a big mound is in the, what? It was a flat and small 56 years ago. Okay, someone tried to steal my car where I have been. Uh-oh. Oh boy, I hope you didn't get your car stolen again. Or was it the pickup? Where are they going to go on the island with the car? Like, they're going to get caught. Somebody's doing that just to be bad. Anyway, I was going to go take that break, you guys. And we'll throw it back on some lovely canned lava. And there we go. So, for those good people who have not yet hit that like button, please give it a quick bop. Also, if you haven't yet subscribed, consider subscribing. I see the bit rate is jumping up and down again. Hopefully it'll stabilize again and we won't have any issues. On that friendly note, keep smiling, stick around. SO2 map coming up after the break. And here comes some music. Thanks. And there we go. The microphone is back on. Welcome back, everyone. I'm glad to have you on board. And of course, you're watching a VolcanoX live stream. I'm your host, DrFox2000. And let's see, Hermione, get back to bed. Go sleep. You need to get your beauty rest. And that is all good. Anyway, glad everyone is still hanging in there. Well, we didn't have that many people. Still have 20 in the channel right now, though, or in the chat. So that's all cool. And thank you for the welcome back there, Sue. Appreciate that. And Hermione and Fluffy. My car, my friend has a COVID. I took herbs to her before all of the stuff happened. Okay. And no worries, Kathy. All good. And yeah, that 1977 Pontiac Le Mans wagon, there was a classic, Grandma B. I did read that, and I thought, yeah, that's the kind of car you could leave on the street, and the thieves wouldn't think twice about taking that kind of thing. You could have left the darn keys in the ignition. They were hard to kill. Yep, that is true. That is true. Yeah, a thing of beauty. Awesome. Anyway, let's park our canned lava, and we will continue on and go and take a look at our SO2 map for today and see what we've got happening. And actually, it's not that bad today. So, taking a look at the Kamchatka Peninsula first. Oh, I see. As soon as I switched that, my bitrate dropped. I wonder if it's something to do with it. Let's try to refresh that. I'm going to refresh it and see if the bitrate goes wonky again. Okay, well, it should be okay there. Anyway, Kamchatka Peninsula. We do see a certain amount of SO2 coming off of it. Shivlish and Bezimiani and Klaishevskoy and Karimsky would definitely all be working together to throw some of that out, and that is what we've got going on there. And some of that, of course, is drifting into Alaska, hence the report of ash in Alaska, and that is not that big of a deal, but at least they've reported it and are taking care of people and the planes flying over. Taking a look at Canada for the most part, we see many places are okay, but we do have some fires out there, and that is up here in the Yukon and Northwest Territory areas. I don't know, I think this one, there may be one in British Columbia as well as up here in the Northwest Territories, and of course northern Alberta, and we are seeing some from central Alberta as well, and we still have that fire going in Saskatchewan up in the north, and maybe also one there in Manitoba. I haven't heard about the Manitoba, but that is a possibility. Moving to the east, we do see some of that SO2 from south of the Great Lakes has moved up and to the northern portions here, and not that bad though. Could be worse, could be better. And looking over here in the eastern side, it looks like not bad for Labrador, most of Quebec, and we do see some SO2 coming off of Newfoundland. I don't know if they have fires as well, but we are definitely seeing some SO2 from Nova Scotia. And as Sue already mentioned, she got a bunch of notices already today about evacuations, 30-minute evacuation orders. So got to bear those in mind, and hopefully things will be okay and stay calm down there. Looking at the United States, western half are really clear for the most part, and not till you get around the Great Lake regions that you see the SO2 levels go up. Pretty normal for there. Sliding down a little bit more into Mexico, and yeah, the shot that they show here, Popocatepetl off-gassing and throwing out a bunch of SO2 as well as tephra and other many fine things. So that's what you're seeing there, and that has created most of this plume in this area. Do want to mention though, this is not just all from Popocatepetl. We also have a few volcanoes here in Guatemala, as well as in Costa Rica. So even over here in Colombia, Nevado del Ruiz and Cotopaxi doing their thing in that area. And sliding down a little bit more, we see from Sabancaya still putting out a fair amount of SO2, and some of the other ones as well. And I'm wondering if Villarrica is putting on a show here for us with higher levels of SO2. Mind you, there's also industrial stuff involved there, and you see that drifting across Argentina and getting right into the Atlantic. Going over to New Zealand real quick. We do see White Isle Volcano continuing to off-gas and do its thing. Very little from the refineries at Melbourne. The coking plants north of Sydney doing their thing. Tofua out here in Tonga doing its normal activity. Yasur is still doing its thing. And then Aoba and Gawa working together to make that a plume. Moving over a little bit, we see pretty normal in Papua New Guinea. Luoltulak still doing its thing here in eastern portions of Indonesia. And Semeru is responsible for a lot of that. And not quite as much SO2 coming from Merapi, but hey, it is what it is. And then this area, of course, we can't blame this all on the volcano. And Jakarta is very heavy with SO2, and you can see a lot of that plume there. Our Krakatau, though, is right over here, and I'm sure it is putting out some SO2 as well. And let's see, we'll leave the other guys be there. Ibu and Dakono are still doing their thing there in their islands, of course. And there is Mawar. Mawar is sitting there off the coast of Taiwan now. Moved north a little bit. Hopefully it'll be okay for those good folks. China still got a fair amount of SO2 there. The Japanese islands out here are still doing their thing. And, well, this would be mostly from our wonderful Subanosi-jima. And then going up, we definitely see this area here. That is from Sakura-jima. If we move up a little bit and zoom in, you do see an area here. And that is, it's not as heavy today, though, but that is coming from ASO. And I just actually on that shot, just to point that out, you can see how big the caldera for ASO actually is. Okay, it's huge, and considering the vent that we see is over here, and that is this guy, I do believe, if I have it correct, there, that pond. So that is kind of what we've got going on there. Pretty awesome. And we'll zoom that back out, move up a little bit. We see Tokyo has got a fair amount of SO2, but also a heavier area here, and that is from Asama-san. Asama is definitely been putting out a lot of material as of late. And we already did the Kamchatka Peninsula. we do see some coming off of here. So Chikaratsky and Ibico could very well be producing that. And that is pretty awesome. Let's see, why am I saying awesome so much today? Maybe it's an awesome word, guys. Maybe I should just remove it. All right. Anyway, India doing its thing. Pretty normal for India. Sri Lanka looks pretty clean. And so does Madagascar. I'm not sure. Okay, and there's a low sitting here. We've got that pulling down around the low, and that SO2 from the gold smelters is being drawn down, and then of course some of it escaped and went to the eastern side. And there is what is it, Nyamuragira and Niragongo, if I said them right. I hope I got them right. That's there in the DR Congo area. Not seeing anything from Erta-El. And we see the oil refineries, of course, in Saudi Arabia, Kuwait, Iraq, and Iran. And they are producing some heavy SO2. And looking over here, this is our wonderful Mount Etna, right about here, and that is being produced from Etna, so definitely a heavy output. This one over here, we can see a little bit of that wonderful SO2 that you don't want to breathe, and that is from a Stromboli, and I'm sure a Volcano was putting out a little bit as well. And that is not bad looking, so it could be a lot worse from those volcanoes. Spain, Portugal, a good chunk of France, all clear. We do see some lighter stuff in most of Europe. Holland, not bad, and we get up to Denmark, they're pretty good as well. Most of England looks all right. It looks like somewhere up here by Glasgow they got a little higher level of SO2, but nothing too crazy. And we are looking at Norway, Sweden, and Finland. They're all good right now. And of course Iceland doing very, very well. So that is all cool. And the big fish up here, if you want to call them that, and the other SO2, that is of course from the plume that was created just about right where that low is. Actually, it was on this side here, and it's been spun around and swirled out. So that is what we've got going on there, you guys. And hopefully our bit rates are staying stable enough that everyone can still hear me. I felt a raindrop on my back. Oh no, that is horrible. I hate when that happens. It's been raining a bit here. It apparently rained during the night here too. So we are getting a little bit of moisture, and that is really needed here right now. Of course, spring is spring. Let's go take a look, and we'll start on our weather map, and we'll see what we've got going on here. I'm not going to worry too much about certain things, but Alaska a little bit warmer, but well, actually a little cooler than yesterday. 16, 17 is about the highest that we're seeing up there. Yesterday we were seeing 20s. Same thing with up here in, well, we are still almost at 20. Yeah, we are. We do have some 20s up there in the Mackenzie River Basin, and that is what this area is up here. And it is lower lying land, and it does heat up very, very nicely. Most of the Yukon looks a little on the cooler side, but you know, still it's not freezing. We do have some cold stuff here in the mountains to be expected. Not seeing anything too super cold there, up to 21 degrees in Northwest Territories. Let's take a look at British Columbia real quick. Vancouver coming in at about 16 degrees Celsius. Probably about the same over there for Bob on the Rock. And that is all cool, or warm, or cool. Kelowna, 26 degrees today, 25, 26, not bad. Lethbridge made it to 24. We see 23 and there in Calgary, and Edmonton is sitting at 24. Kananaskis country is got out there in Swift Current about 26 degrees right now. Nice, that will be cool. And Winnipeg being about 20 degrees, and 20, 21 there somewhere for Judy M as well. That is excellent. Northern portions of Ontario, with the exception of the really far north there along the Hudson's Bay, is pretty good. They are seeing temperatures up to 28, 29 degrees in some places. Sudbury was coming in at about 20. Toronto sitting at 19, London at 22, Detroit at 23, Chicago about 21, and then we get over here near Milwaukee, 20, 21, depends if you go a little closer to the lake, of course it's going to be a little colder, and we can definitely see though the Great Lakes are starting to warm up a bit, which is about time, and that is all cool there. Montreal coming in at about 23 degrees Celsius. I'm hoping Tom Dice is enjoying his stay there in Montreal, and looking at Quebec City, 18. We are seeing temperatures up to about 19 there in New Brunswick. The coastline though looks a little on the cool side, and hopefully things will warm up. Looks like about 10 or 11 in Halifax, 10 over in Cole Harbour, and just a little bit out there. And that's for Sue. And thanks, Sue, for bringing that up, and that is good. And we see anywhere from about, I don't know, 4 to about 7 degrees, 8 degrees there in Newfoundland. Labrador, on the other hand, we do see some temperatures up to 20 degrees in the western part, but along the coast, still single digits, mid to a low single digits, so that's what we've got there. Checking my time. Don't open the mail until you are done. What mail? Did you have a male or a female? Yeah. Okay. Anyway, I do think it is about time to take a break. And I wanted to see, yeah, nobody's typing, so I gotta type myself. There. Okay, it says 2 minutes. Well, I think I'm gonna take that break now because my throat is hurting, so I'm gonna do that. For those good people who are here, if you haven't yet hit that like button, give it a quick bop. Also, if you have not yet subscribed, please consider subscribing. And that is all good. Chain mail. Oh, I don't do chain mails. Anyway, let's see. So far, I see we haven't had that many people in here today. Numbers are really low, and I'm wondering if I'm doing something wrong or just people are busy. I think it's people are busy. Doing their thing. It is Tuesday today. Productive Tuesday. We'll see how things go. I don't mind being done a little bit earlier here too. Chain mail equals armor. Amour. Etna, are they going to going to find volcanoes? Etna. Okay, I remember Etna. That's in Sicily. I'm kidding. All right, I'm gonna go take that break, you guys. Don't go away. We'll get you back onto the canned lava for right now. And hit the like button if you haven't done that. And of course, I'm your host, DrFox2000, here in rainy Edmonton, Alberta, Canada. I will be back in 5 or 6 or 7 minutes. Don't go away. Keep smiling. Here comes some music, and I'll be back. Don't go away. Thanks. go. Microphone is back on. And welcome back, everyone. I'm your host, DrFox2000. And thank you for the welcome backs from Sue and C&D Boy giving a thumbs up. And, yep, a chainmail, huh? Evil castles and people. And thank you, Hermine and Fluffy, for the welcome back. And let's get back over and take a look at the rest of our weather, see if we can finish that off in short order here, because I'm getting hungry and I need some dinner. So let's go there. Hopefully our bit rates will stay fairly stable and not bounce around too much, and keep everyone happy. There we go. Let's have a look. Portland coming in at 16, 17 Celsius right now. That's not bad. San Jose 19. San Francisco sitting at about 13, 14 on the other side of the bay. And Reading about 25 degrees. Looks like Bakersfield not quite as hot today, 24, 25 there. LA coming in about 16, 17. Death Valley coming in at a whopping 38 degrees. No, I don't know, 35 anyway. We do see a high of 38 there right now, and possibly even more. We'll see. You got to remember it's already evening time there. Anyway, Las Vegas 31 degrees. Down here Mexicali a little bit cooler at 27. And we do see 32 in Phoenix and 31 in our wonderful Tucson. And going over Albuquerque and New Mexico coming in at 25 right now. Not bad. Corpus Christi 26, San Antonio 25, Houston 27, Austin 26, and Dallas coming in at 23. Moving up a little bit, we see 25 in Oklahoma City. And that area, Tulsa, being about 26. Little Rock, Arkansas, sitting at 25, 26 as well. Looks like the weather is stabilized. Nice, beautiful day. 24 there in New Orleans. Moving further to the east, Montgomery, Alabama, 24. Atlanta coming in at 22. Let's pop down to Miami, 24. Orlando coming in at about 24. Jacksonville 22 degrees. Moving up and looking at some of the areas on the way, not bad in South Carolina. North Carolina, we've got Charlotte coming in at 19 degrees Celsius, and about 18 there for Grandma B and Raleigh, and that is not too bad. For right now, considering they got that colder air being blown in there. Virginia Beach 17, Baltimore 17, Philadelphia down to 15, 14 in New York, and 13, 14 there in Boston. But it does look like it's pretty nice in the other areas around the Great Lakes and so on. So really nice looking. Looks like the rest of Mexico fairly warm though, but not as hot as it has been. So they're doing all right. Mexico City anywhere from about 21 down to 19. We are seeing some other wonderful temperatures up to 32, 33 degrees there in the deserty areas of Mexico, and then of course the Yucatan Peninsula. The jungly area, we are seeing, well, Cancun is 27 right now. The other places up to 29, 30 degrees. But I can guarantee you it's very humid there. Same thing with the interior of Guatemala. Jungle. It's a jungle out there. Going down, looking at South America, seeing a little cooler temperatures there in Colombia. Not by much though. Looks like about 26 is the highest that we see in most of the jungle areas, and it's between 24 and 26. Not bad. A little bit warmer there in the low-lying areas of Venezuela, coming in at about 27, 28 degrees. And looks like, yeah, on average, probably a pretty nice for start of their summer season. The Guianas and so on, all about the same, 26, 27, and the Amazon basin for the most part. Looks like a little bit cooler though for Rio de Janeiro, only about 18 degrees right now. They do have a high sitting off the coast here. Hopefully it's going to pump some more warmer air in and warm the rest of this area up. Buenos Aires only about 14. Paysandú coming in at about 12 degrees. Brr! Single digits in some of the spots there in Uruguay. I was trying to think. That's Paraguay up here. This is Uruguay. And then, of course, northern portions are the only warm places there in Argentina. The rest looks pretty darn cold, and a lot of single digits in the southern end. But yep, that is what we got over there. Not going to worry about that. Going to slide over here and take a look at New Zealand real quick. And yep, they too are suffering from winter. It's coming. Single digits along that west coast, seeing about 14, 15, 16 degrees at Christchurch, about the same at Wellington, as looks like 15 there. And zooming in a little bit, Hastings coming in at 16. Taupo going to be about 12 degrees, not the warmest. And we do see about 16 degrees for the most part in the Bay of Plenty. And then we are seeing 16 in Auckland, and about the same on most of the peninsula up there. Moving over, looking at what we got, 14, 15 in Hobart, the western side here, or sorry, eastern side, seeing up to about 18 degrees, but still actually not that bad considering they warmed up a little bit, which is really good for them. They don't want to be so cold. 17 in Melbourne right now, and we got 16 in Adelaide. Canberra coming in at 13, that's better than 2, and 20 degrees there in Sydney. And home of our wonderful Oz, we are seeing about 22 degrees there. That is pretty awesome. And Perth coming in about 17 degrees. And we are seeing temperatures in the north there up to 31 degrees Celsius. So they are a little bit on the reboundish kind of affair. Looks like Fiji sitting at 27, 28. Same thing with most of Vanuatu, a southern portion, slightly cooler. A little bit cooler there in New Caledonia. And looks like we are getting heat again there in our wonderful Papua New Guinea, with up to 32, 33 degrees in some spots. Eastern Indonesia, about the same. And we are seeing some higher temperatures than yesterday. And looking at Java, nice, 30, 27, 20, I see 23 about the coldest, 22 about the coldest, and I think 30 was about the highest that we've seen there. So pretty nice looking for those areas. Singapore coming in at about 29 right now, and about 29, 30 degrees there in Bangkok. The weather says 31. Thank you, Sue. And looking over at Manila, we see about 30 degrees. And wow, look at that storm. Mawar is sitting there and nailing those poor people in Taiwan. And hopefully they will be all right. We are seeing about 35, 36 there in Hong Kong. Kagoshima down on the bottom end here, 27 degrees right now. Looks like the rest of Japan, though, slightly on the cooler side, about 19, 20 degrees in Tokyo, but still not unbearable by any means. Sapporo coming in at about 15 degrees. And let's see, I am just stunned. Look at this, 20, 21 degrees on the western side of the Kamchatka Peninsula. That is incredible. And we got from about 2 to about 6 or so on the eastern side. So huge difference as far as temperatures. Moving over a little bit, looking at India, Delhi coming in at 24 degrees right now. And we got pretty normal temperatures for Sri Lanka, up to 32 degrees in some of those places there in eastern India. Looking down at the south end of Africa, still 15 degrees in Cape Town. Not so good for the bottom end here, a little on the chilly side, single digits. Hopefully it'll warm up a little bit, and still a little cool down here. We see the southern central side here being a little bit warmer, and then of course we get into the Sahara Desert, and we are seeing temperatures up to 37 degrees right now in the western portions of the Sahara Desert. Still seeing quite a bit of a cold coming in to the northern portions up here in the Atlas Mountains and those other wonderful areas there. So whatchamacallit here, Morocco, as well as the Algeria and Tunisia, all still fairly cool. Libya has even got a little bit of a cold there with that low sitting in there circling around, but they are getting warmed up from the southern side. Cairo is at about 23 right now according to that, and looking at temperatures up to about 34 degrees in the bottom end of Saudi Arabia, and almost the same, well, 29 to about 31 there for UAE, and then about the same for Oman, as well as Yemen there. Going up into Iraq, we are seeing 30s in the bottom there, 27 in Baghdad. Iran a little bit cooler in some of the higher elevations, but hey, it is what it is. And looking at Syria coming in at 24, 23 degrees on the eastern side. The western side a little bit cooler at 13 or 14. Turkey not doing too bad, but also still not doing that good. They should be warming up. About 12 in Malatya. We got about 18 in Adana, so that is pretty nice. And let's see what Piggy has for temperature, and it looks like about 18 or 19 there for this time of day. It's in the middle of the night, and that is actually not bad. 18, there we go, thanks Sue. 16 over in Athens, 16 or 17. And Redanzo over here coming in about 11 or 12 degrees. And thank you, Sue, for the site of Mount Etna. And then Catania about 18. So a little bit nicer there. 18 in Naples. Rome coming in at about 16. And sliding up here, Milano is about 18 degrees as well. And pretty normal looking for Sardinia. Nothing too special in Spain. No real super hot temperatures. 15 in Lisbon. We have about 14 in Madrid. And Valladolid there, where Aurelio lives, is about 12 degrees. Looking at the rest of France, we see the bottom end fairly warm. Nantes coming in at 13, Paris at 12, Munich coming in at 11, 12 at Frankfurt, Cologne is at 13, Von Kunkelshaus about 11, OFU Lux could be anywhere from 12 to 13, and we see about 11 for Brussels there in Belgium, about 11 for Amsterdam and Holland. They do have some colder temperatures down to about 7 degrees in some areas, but that is not so bad. Berlin is a 10, Hamburg coming in at a 9, Copenhagen is a 12, and Aarhus coming in at about a 9 or 10 as well. And looking at Oslo, 10 degrees, Stockholm, 11 degrees, St. Petersburg, 7 or 8, roughly thereabouts. And we've got about 11 degrees in Moscow. And let's see, what else we got over here? England, London coming in at about 10, 11 degrees. We are seeing on the coastline here, again, 10 to about 12 degrees for Wales, but the interior slightly cooler with about 8. Leeds coming in at about 10, moving up to Glasgow. We see about 10 there. Aberdeen, a little bit on the cooler side, it's a 6. And the Highlands, anywhere from 5 to about 7 degrees up in Scotland. Dublin coming in at 10 degrees. Doolin be a little bit warmer on the other side here. We're showing at 13, 14, 15 degrees. Thanks, Sue, for bringing that up. And we will take a look at Iceland and see how warm it is there. They're not getting bombarded with that really warm air right now, but hey, we'll take it. We see about 7 degrees in Reykjavik. Thank you, Sue. And the interior, though, still some colder spots. That is to be expected. It is Iceland. Let's take a look at precipitation and see. Actually, before we do precipitation, I'm going to take a break, and then we'll do precipitation. Let's see, we will do our thing. Yeah, I need to take that break, you guys. So we'll get back to our raindrops and snowflakes after the break. Don't go away, you guys, and we'll see where the lightning bugs are while we're doing that. I'll throw you on some music, and we'll get you over to the lava. Canned lava, here we come. Hit the like button if you haven't done that yet. Help us out. I'll be back in 5 or 6 minutes. Thanks. Mic is hot again. And there we go. The microphone is back on. At least I hope. It turns on no problem sometimes. You know, I've been thinking about this microphone. It's gone through, I think, somewhere around 1,000 shows, or pretty darn close to it. And I think it's almost a time to replace it. So it's been around for a little while, and it adds up after a while, and you know, a couple of thousand clicks on the mic is what it is. You know, every time you go for a break. So if you're thinking about it, it's 4 or 5 or 6 times a day, you know, and going through that many. So that button's been clicked 5 to 6,000 times. I think it's, it could be worn out. Just thinking about it. Anyway, we'll not worry for right now. We'll look at replacing that in the near future. But for right now, we got to continue on with the show. So it's been a good mic. See for a good one, Dr. Fox. Well, this is a good one there, Hermione. This is a Yeti Blue, and it is what they call production quality. And it is not a cheap microphone to replace it, about $250. So it's a decent mic. I bought it way back when, and I thought it was worthy, and I found it to have a better audio quality than most of the other ones. So I like it, but I think I will stay with the blue line. They are definitely a decent microphone. Anyway, we are back on the weather map, as you can see. And let's continue on with that. And of course, first thing we're going to look at, we got a big low up here in Alaska, giving them a little bit of snow up in the top corner, and another low down here on the peninsula, giving them a whole bunch of rain. And that's almost got a friend of a low over here along the panhandle, all the way from well below the Queen Charlotte Islands on up to the top of it. And also giving some snow on the higher elevations in British Columbia, in the northern end anyway. And looks like a central area, a bit of a rain, not bad. And of course, here's the stuff that is just around and north of us. Which way is this stuff going? Look at this. We've got it going every which way around us. Right now, we are actually sitting in a little bit of a clear spot, but I'm sure we're going to get some thunder boomers coming back. So all good that way, and not bad. We do see that one all the way into Saskatchewan. I don't mind having a little bit of rain falling out here. Hopefully Saskatchewan will get a little bit more rain and put out some of those forest fires up in the north there. Some rain and storms for southern Manitoba, and then again along the border with Ontario there, going all the way to Hudson's Bay, where it turns into ice rain. Not good. And then the western portions of Ontario getting some rain as well. Great Lake regions not so bad. It looks pretty decent. St. Lawrence Seaway area all good, and nothing out there in Nova Scotia or New Brunswick. Getting over here on Newfoundland though, and up into Labrador, we are seeing some rainfall there, and that is not that good for them. Anyway, let's have a look at the U.S. Looks like up in the northwestern area, Washington is dry, but it looks like Idaho and eastern part of Oregon, as well as northern portions of California and northwestern parts of Nevada are getting some storms there. And going to the east a little bit, we see Wyoming's got a few rain spots, North and South Carolina, and then going into Nebraska, as well as further down into Kansas, and looks like a little bit down here and going through the western parts of Oklahoma, as well as northern Texas. Down here around Houston and between Houston and Dallas, they've got some small isolated storms as well. Nothing too serious. Kansas City, though, definitely has got some stormy activity. Looks like north of Des Moines, there in, what is that? That's Iowa. There we go. And they've got some stuff too. Same thing goes for Minnesota up in the northern portions. So hopefully nothing too bad. And looking in the eastern parts of the southeast portions, nothing major. There's some small isolated thunderstorms. Nothing really crazy. But once you get down here around Miami and that area, we are seeing all kinds of storms. That includes what's happening in Cuba and possibly Haiti and a lot of the islands. So they are getting some rain and out in the Atlantic as well. Most of Mexico and the northern areas are okay. From Mexico City on south, the Yucatan Peninsula area, as well as Guatemala, Honduras, El Salvador, Nicaragua, Costa Rica, and Panama, all getting rain. And not so bad there in South America. We do see Colombia and Peru and the interior of Ecuador definitely getting some. We do see some rain in our wonderful Amazon basin here, at least a little bit. And the rain is not in Rio de Janeiro, which is probably good, but we do see a bunch of stormy activity to the northwest of Rio. So that is pretty cool. And along the Argentinian, sorry, not Argentina, that is Argentina here, but along the Chilean coast, we are definitely seeing a bunch of rain there. And going over to New Zealand, here's why it's so cold there. It's raining, and that is what we're seeing on the southern island. And of course we see this nasty low. I'm glad that's over here and to the eastern side, and looks like the North Island is doing a lot better. And now looking at what we got here in Tasmania, they are getting nailed. I wouldn't want to be there right now. Australia, southern end, I've got a few rain showers here and there. Nothing really major. And the western, southwestern side around Perth and that area, they definitely have some rain. The rest is pretty dry there in Australia. And looking up and seeing where this is, Tonga and those areas are probably getting some rain right now and some stormy activity. It looks like Fiji has got rain. Vanuatu not bad. New Caledonia not bad, but you get into the Papua New Guinea area, yep, they have got all kinds of showers happening. Indonesia, depending on where you are, you've got some thunder boomers going, and they're around these islands here definitely, and some rain along the smaller islands as well, but nothing too heavy, and looks like that high is keeping things a little bit more calm. Singapore definitely getting some rain, and looks like Bangkok is getting some rain as well. Yeah, you probably heard that. I heard it. I don't know if you heard it. But yeah, it's okay. That'll shake you a little bit. I felt that last blast. It really rattled the place here. So thunderstorms, you know those things. We get them. Yep, loud and clear, sir. Yeah. Sandra Rockland, welcome. And anyway, we're seeing a bunch of rain there in the Philippines, of course, and that is partially thanks to a Mawar. And a Mawar is going to wreak havoc on Taiwan. Thailand has already got rain. They don't want it anymore. And Japan, yep, bottom end, and that is not doing so good. And that is also because of this thing twirling up that wind and so on. So that is what we're seeing there. And from Tokyo on south, we see most of that. Sapporo area getting some rain up there. That's not so bad. And we see a big circulation up here. And that Kamchatka Peninsula is getting nailed right in the southeastern side here. And not good for them. But hey, that's the way it is. A little bit of stormy stuff there in China. And northern India is getting some rain. Central and southern areas, not that much, but that is okay. And we do see some rain in this area as well, South Africa, and off the coast. You wouldn't want to be down there. Looks like dry in the south central areas there. And the jungly areas of Africa definitely getting some rain, and the Sahara Desert fairly dry. And of course we've got pretty dry in UAE, Oman, Yemen, and most of Saudi Arabia. A couple little spots, nothing major. As well as here in Syria looks pretty dry. A little bit of rain in northern Iraq, and then we see a few spots there in Turkey that have some rain. And Piggy is not getting any rain right now, but she said it's been a weird weather for her this year. They got a bunch of rain a lot later than what they were supposed to, and being at the end of May, not supposed to be raining there anymore. It's supposed to be summer season. Sicily not looking too bad at all. Bottom boot of Italy, actually, right in the what do you call that? The arch of the foot is kind of a little bit there. And of course, up here along the mountains for the Alps and that area in Italy, definitely getting nailed there as well. We see some stuff in northern Africa as well. It's probably because of that warm and cold air banging together, throwing that moisture out. And some rain in Spain. Rain in Spain and Portugal, the northern areas there. Looks like France is dry for most part. Same thing with most of Switzerland. And Germany looks dry, looks pretty good there. And Holland and Belgium and Luxembourg and Denmark looks dry too. Germany is pretty good. And the southern end of Norway, not so bad. Most of Sweden is okay, except for the stuff that's bleeding through across the borders. And of course Norway in the northern portions here, pretty much typical rain along the fjords. And it looks like some rain all over there in Finland. Looks like England and Scotland, Wales, Ireland, and North Ireland are pretty dry. And looking at Iceland, I'm surprised we aren't seeing that much rain in Iceland. A little bit up in the north, west, and then of course some snow here in the higher elevations. But a rain for just a little spot, that's not so bad. I think they've had enough rain for a little while. And of course, we're seeing a bunch of snow falling in this place called Greenland, which is always a white. That's it for our weather today. Let's take a look at Edge Babor, Philippines. Welcome, and glad to have you on board, and nice to see you. And now let's hunt for the coldest temperatures on the planet. And we are already seeing a minus 84, minus 85 I've seen in there. And that is getting cold. Wow, a minus 85 degrees Celsius. I don't know if we can find anything colder. Sue found a minus 87. I don't know where she found that, but holy macaroni, a minus 87, that'll even make your penguins freeze. The rain is now coming down. We are getting a rain here, so there's an 81, 82 below. That is pretty cold, but yeah, I think, where was that? The other stuff, minus 78, 79, right in here, minus 80. We'll find the really cold spots again. I have to zoom back out. And yeah, I wouldn't want to be visiting down there right now. Glad I don't have any relatives there. None that I know of anyway, so that is all good. Yeah, so I found a minus 85, and that'll be okay. There's a minus 84 in this region there, and let's see, there it is, a minus 85. Do we see a minus 86? There's 85 again. Yeah, I'm not seeing a minus 86, so I'm going to call it at a minus 85 degrees Celsius for mine, and Sue found a minus 87, so Sue, you win. It is. Holy mackerel, that rain is really coming down. I got to close my windows. Yep, it decided to come the other way. Give me a second, I got to close the other one. Yep, definitely getting some rain, and anyone who wants to see a rainbow, you can go over to the other channel, the other stream, and the Bricam right now has a lovely rainbow on it, and we are seeing the sunshine lighting it up. It actually is looking like it's turning into a double rainbow. So if you guys want to see that, that'd be pretty awesome. Anyway, Sue, thank you, and congratulations on finding that coldest temperature. And I'll put you back on some warmer lava. And on those notes, it is time to wrap up the stream for today. So definitely time to get some food in my belly. And I want to say thank you to all of you for being here. Really, I do appreciate it. Thank you, our wonderful moderators, Arizona Snowman, Piggy, C&D Boy, Gary 24/7 Live, he's at Skies, as well as Lucas Snow, Joseph Fields, Texas, and Mona Lisa Smiles. Thank you, moderators, for doing what you do. You guys are awesome. And bon voyage on your critter feed mission, Sue. Yeah, she should be doing a good job with that. And I think that's it. I want to say a big thank you to our super chatter of the day, and that is Grandma B. Thank you kindly for your support. And of course, every one of you that is in here, that is a member, of course, you support the stream as well. Thank you all. We do appreciate it. So, on those notes, time for me to wrap it up. Be good, be kind, take care of yourselves. And, of course, I will end it with what I always tell everyone. Please, please, make sure you tell your loved ones that you love them tonight, for tomorrow is never promised. I'm your host, DrFox2000, here in Edmonton, Alberta, Canada. I'll see everyone tomorrow. Good night, everyone, and take care, and have a wonderful night or day, and we'll see you. Oink, oink.